dun 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 dun. Oops. Hit the wrong button. Ba-da-na, ba-da, ba-da-na, ba. Ba-da-na, ba. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Starting a new game. Your progress is saved automatically at certain points throughout the game. All progress since the previous save point will be lost when you quit. You cannot manually save the game or load a previous save. There is no going back. There's no second guessing a choice. So I randomly found this resume. Assemble Entertainment presents. So I really found this game. I randomly found it on Steam. It was on sale. I like a good detective story. Futuristic noir kind of thing. Drovia Sector 2. Shift to run. Mira, over here. What's up? The icon in the bottom right indicates that you can move on with the dialogue by pressing E or clicking. Hey Noah, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. I heard the ship of new people arrived last night. I had a feeling you might be here. How was a journey through space? It sucked. Felt like I was buried alive with my parents. New Joran. I always want to say Jordan. When you think about it, it's actually pretty cool. What is? Making history and stuff. Conquering a foreign planet. Building the first ever savant colony. Yeah, wait, you got one of those fancy apartments? I mean, mine's alright too. I think it's because my parents' job. All the scientists are in that area. Anyway, I gotta get back home. Recess is almost home. Maybe you can show me around later. Use ADE123 or select dialogue option later. Choices will be on a timer, which can be disabled in the settings. I don't have time. I don't want to see what you're going to show me. Don't be such a drag. I really have to go. Fine, you're lost, bitch. You want to connect? Sure. Alright, I'll message you when school's over. See you later. See you later. Press C or click the cell icon on the bottom left to open your cell. Every conversation you have is logged in this tab. Okay. Wait. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, wait. There's an arrow. Didn't see it. E to interact. Michael Klyer. Julian Kolbas music. The music is pretty good in this game. Buzz Blackburn as Neil Conrad. Won't let me go in there. Oh, what was that? Nothing, I guess. Oh. Okay. Saving. So I'm inside her like house now. Albert. Let me ask my dad. I'm sure I'll write a note. Fuck you, Albert. Map of the solar system. Miss Barry's go back. Take a moment to double check if you may need help. Press spacebar to toggle your AR module's investigation mode. So I think we're from this planet, and we just arrived on this planet. Hey, sweetie, we just missed you. Have fun in class. We'll be back this afternoon. Mom. The safe room. Everything goes through your cell phone. We don't call it a phone. From time to time, it can be useful to stop and think for a while. Some benches, sofas, and chairs offer a place to sit down. Take out your cell and go over everything you know so far. Hold E to dismiss whenever you see a news article. Sheets. Lithium will pass, blah, blah, blah. So, Tylanium is exceeding lithium. Sheets. So this is how you, like, answer stuff. The first colony outside of 1... Is that no Jordan? There's a guy. Shit, I don't remember. since Gara's first lunar colonies. Gara, so that's the answer. The colonization of Drovia started only about a year ago. Savants from Mujaran. Titanium. We are mining titanium. Connection closed. Please relocate to the safe room as quickly. Come on, you gotta hurry, but she... Boom. Lacuna.
Even after 10 years, meeting your ex still feels kind of strange. Or maybe it doesn't if you don't still have feelings for her. And maybe it doesn't if the whole world isn't on the brink of war. I don't even know why I agreed to see Kat that day. My thoughts were still lingering on my work. My unit was responsible for the safety of one of the most important visitors Yara had seen in a long time.
Joseph Banny,
Foreign Minister of Drovia. Whatever came of his negotiations with our president could make or break the relationship between our planets for generations to come. Yet here I was, fighting with my ex about how often
I should call my daughter, pretending that it mattered. You don't even call your own kid back? There. Laura's a teenager now, and it would be good for her if she had a second parent to talk to. Fine, I'll go talk to my daughter.
As I started walking home, I felt angry at myself. Not for failing to show my daughter how much I cared for her, but for actually not caring as much as she would have deserved. At least that's what I thought I felt like at the time. was under a lot of pressure due to Banny's visit, and I found it hard to think about anything other than work.
Hey, Laura. Kid's writing a novel. I'm too honest. Nope, we'll say that. No, it was my idea. Good excuse to get out of there. He hated that movie. See you soon, Dad. Blah, blah, blah. Download the news. Today marks the 40th anniversary of the tragic Sector 2 incident. So, the beginning was a flashback then, which put an abrupt the New Jordan's colonization. Over 1,000 deaths. "55-year-old Myra," that's who we were playing in the beginning, as a young woman, and her husband Noah, both were able to reach blah blah blah, and there's getting their remains. Parents were as lucky, however, she spent the rest of her youth as an orphan in her grandmother. 6-week journey through space. The most important guest of this year's Interplanetary Trade Summit has finally arrived. Foreign Minister Joseph Banny. So this guy's gonna demand the emancipation. Nice zoom out. Right, buy cigarettes. In a post-cancer time, smoking is a less lethal but still addictive lifestyle for many. Cigarettes can be bought all across the city. Help Neil quit smoking or enjoy some nice views of the city over a cigarette.
I looked at my reflection in the glass and down at the layers of city below my feet. I wondered why I'd opened up to Kat about feeling weird at our old place. I didn't want her to think I still missed her. Maybe I did, because something still hurt when I saw her. Although it might just have been the memory of not getting something we wanted, of having failed. As good as we may be at making sense of things, there are some we can't work into the narrative.
Welcome home, visitor. Mr. Conrad's currently not home. That's probably because I'm standing in the hallway. Would you like to leave a message? No, it's me, Neil Conrad. Please contact system administrator. Great, the scanner's probably busted again. I should check my cell. Maybe I got notified. Okay, good. If you need this such a time, your building's ID scanning sensor broke earlier today and is currently under maintenance. Backup key code 9264. From time to time. Oh, okay. Welcome, visitor. You entered the correct PIN. They didn't miss an opportunity to call us colonists. Hey, Horace, how's it going? Horace is my lizard. Let's feed him. Horace says nothing. Because he's a lizard. Go out on the deck and smoke. Quite the view. Just passes out wearing his clothes. Hello, Conrad, it's me. Everything alright? It's not. Benny's been shot! Uh-oh, what? How? What's his condition? He's dead. Where are you now? He's dead. I'm at my place. I'll have someone pick you up. You know I don't. It's a 15-minute train ride. I'll be right there. Make it quick.
Fuck. How could that happen? I didn't even dare think about the impending political aftermath. If this was indeed murder, it couldn't be. I hope there was a mistake. Maybe Gary had gone crazy. Maybe I was dreaming. Foreign Minister Banny's death could be the tipping point in the conflict between Gyara and Drovia. This whole visit was meant to ease tensions between our planets. Now it could lead to war. The first interplanetary war.
Fuck.
Snap out of it. You'll figure this out. Focus on the task ahead.
So I gotta get on the train. There's news. Yeah, thanks for saying hello to Lloyd. Okay. More inhabitants of Drovia have been demanding stronger saving representation. See if underground explosions rock the tunnels, causing thousands of deaths. We gotta get on the train. That's some cool lighting tricks there. Apparently, for some reason, this dude doesn't like riding in cars, so you have to take the train fucking everywhere. Which makes for a convenient cut. Seems like Benny was shot by a sniper when he was out on the balcony. Clean headshot, he was dead on the spot. Spiritual advisor and somewhat prominent. Can rule out the casino. What did we miss? I mean, we checked everything, kept tabs on everyone. Benny seemed to be in nobody's crosshairs. Let's find out. I can't believe it, she says. Neil, over here, it's always nice to see you. Except, you know, it's the middle of the night and there's a dead guy on the balcony. Yeah, well, I call that a Tuesday. It's Friday. The hell? What was that? I call that a Tuesday? For real, I'm glad you're here. Gary's been acting like, you know, himself. I'm just setting up my mobile lab and I could use your help. Are you okay? Yes, But then I saw, do you remember the way he fell? I was standing to his right and he fell away from me. I guess so. I just stood there and stared at him. Then Smith came and pulled me inside. H to toggle all one mode. Foreign Minister Benny is dead as it gets. Clean headshot. Casino. Goodell Hotel. 180 meters. The Sakura Hotel. Looks like a fancy place even at a distance. The bullet disappeared in the wall right behind this closet. It's locked. Two wooden spheres dubbed bawas. Savants use them when praying together. I am Neil Conrad. Pleased to meet you. I am Priest Arjan. I was Mr. Benny's spiritual advisor. I kindly ask that you let me take off Mr. Benny's jewelry. I am not religious. If that's what you're asking. That's not at all what I said. Please, I will be very careful when taking off the jewelry. Yeah, you can't mess with a dead body. Yeah, down. We prefer this handled by our own people. What will be the punishment? A promotion? Please calm down, sir. Sir, please calm down. We're all on the same side here. I understand how you feel, but the purpose still out there. I am not your enemy. Yes, you are. Listen, the assassin might be on their way to the next Drovian target right now. Fine, here's the keychain. Much obliged. There's a bullet tip. Good work. Hold on. Let me have a look. This kind of projectile usually doesn't go very far. They probably used a comparatively small rifle. Objectives updated. Anything you investigate will be cataloged here. $180 meters. Rocket Tower was too far away. They said it wasn't the casino. Cut him some slack, for Christ's sake.
It wasn't until I was on my way back to the train that I noticed the park's obscene size. The night was cool, and the Mansion District was probably the quietest place in the whole center. It was one of the last spots in the area where buildings hadn't been stacked on top of each other like toy blocks. My head was unusually clear, and to my surprise, I noticed that I was in a good mood. In retrospect, I believe that it stemmed from a sense of purpose driving me forward that night.
So it was the Sakura Hotel. Fucking stairs always look weird. Saito, good evening, Neil. Hey, Saito, looks like you beat me here. Well, flew drone to the highest room. Long said that's where the sniper might be. Diaz. He opened a sheet. Good evening, the receptionist says. Nothing out of the ordinary. I sent all the information we have to your colleagues. Blah, blah, blah. It is. Like I wouldn't go look at the guy's room. Nobody's in here. Investigate. An almost empty whiskey bottle, and a pretty expensive one at that, judging by the receipt. It's a piece of paper. It's empty except for a strange hand-drawn symbol in the middle. Might be relevant. Fancy bathtub. Maybe the perp used it. A piece of the window pane was cut out and put back in. The blue residue. Let's check with the lady below. Just walk right in. What the? That lady just looks like resting bitch face Karen. spoke to. So it must have been a live conversation. Now you mention it, I heard some noise earlier, sometime between 1 and 2. I thought someone popped a cork. What a bitch. $139. I suppose that Diaz left shortly after that, probably between 1:45 and 2:15. There's a functioning ID scanner at the door that only picked him up once when he arrived. That means that he can't have left through the front door. Picked up your getaway driver. Someone turned it off. Well, what the shit? Pianist. Diaz, the guest from the 8th floor. I think I talked to him yesterday. He was having a late night drink at the bar after he arrived. I was packed up, blah, 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 blah. He was carrying a viola. Quite expensive model, I have to say. Did he show it to you? I kept the case. Jenny wasn't the talkative type. A redhead with a beard. You're not going anywhere, lady. It's only been there for 2 days. Felicia's the bartender who won't shut up about her stupid kid. Bernard's a pianist. Felicia, 2,200 hours. So the bartender is the one that... The perp's hair is red. Cut on his arm. Oh, wait, viola case. Said he had a red beard. I'll say the bartender. No, he was asleep, blah, blah, blah. Turned off? No, it operates around the clock and it doesn't usually break. Whoops. Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Like, I looked at that. So I'm missing one thing. The hell am I missing? Well. Oh. So there was a car there. That's what I missed. Yeah. I still think it's the bartender. After that, no more vehicles were scanned. However, the guard said that people were picked up in the backyard. According to the pianist, there was a delivery shortly after 10. Shit. Please tell me everything from the start. Diaz was at my bar last night. He offered me a drink. First I thought he was going to hit on me, but then he said he needed my help, that he was expecting a visit today. Guy in a white van. Skinny, tall guy with a red beard and red hair. Nah, let her be. Let her be. Oh, let her be. We got bigger fish to fry. In the lower layers, just a few train stops away. This way. The Causeway Canal. Track down Diaz. What the hell? This fake ID's hard to come by. If you're not a cop, what are you? Neil Conrad, CDI. That's even worse. You're taking your dog to a concert. He appreciates good music. Look, man, everyone around here probably looks suspicious to you. Have a look around down at the pier. My friend Rob keeps having trouble with his business. Some asshole climbs on his boat, leaves their ship behind, makes a mess. No, wait. I remembered. By a pocket laser. Have you been here all night? Who's asking? Neil Conrad, CDI. I'm here investigating the case. CDI, every time you're looking for a culprit, it's always down here, huh? We're all from the same city. Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. I noticed a rope over there that's been cut recently. Do you know anything about that? Nice yell face. Rob! Someone's here about your boat? CDI, what the hell are you doing here? It's 3:40 now, a good hour ago. So 2:40. Then Ed yelled something. It's called Berta. Port AI, welcome to the Port Bureau. What can I do for you? I don't know the boat's ID yet, but I have a record of the local traffic. What the hell? So he said I was 240. $221.90. $221.90. We're going with that one. Talk to Ed. I'll help him. I'll help the guy. I'll help the guy. Do you use his ID chip? Get on the train, going after the sniper. I wonder why the dude doesn't drive a car. He only takes the train. Was he in an accident? Russell, stop. News. Harris and Tim. Smoke a cigarette and check out the band. Just threw his fucking butt in that chick's face. Oh, there's stairs here. Grindel. Please stop resisting. Ma'am, what am I being arrested for? You have no right. I want to talk to my lawyer. Do you have a lawyer? Maybe. There's a guy with a rifle around here. She's a Karen. I'm an upper She's been living there for 12 years and she's been on hard times. I was watching something online when I heard voices coming from the apartment next door. I was surprised. What did they fight about? I can show you. When I got suspicious, I started recording them with myself. You did what? That's a violation of... Just listen to it. Whoosh. Are you drunk? I don't have to be drunk. To have an opinion on your new face. I cut myself. Doesn't matter. Wow, this hideous hideout's really a shithole. Where's your violin? Funny, I gave the rifle to... Zora, listen to me when we don't have much time. I passed by a scanner on my way here. They're probably on my tail already. Fuck, what were you thinking? Were you able to procure the data? So it's changing Boit. Zora and Boit. It's classified. Just kicked that fucker right in on 2. Didn't even wait till 3. Oh, what the hell? There was something on the floor, but... I found a key under the bed, apartment number 9. It's a 4 or 5. So if this is 4 and 5, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I need... Oops. Need to get up to that one, but the stairs... What the hell?
I felt sorry for the old lady. Descending through the layers was easy these days if you didn't have one of the few jobs that still existed. Basic income wasn't enough for most people, even around here where living was relatively cheap. Although somehow our economy had never been more productive.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yep. Oh, thank fuck, she says. Lila. My wrists burn like fire. Okay, fuck. She was in here, and she looked almost exactly like me. And an escort agent, so you, I'm not a whore. The Lotus Escort Agency. Highest layer, take a right. Please be reasonable. Russell, stop. I'll talk to her. Sheila Nowak. Russell, stop. Damn dog's barking at nothing. Wait. If I canceled all my appointments for the next 2 weeks. Liam Campbell, he lives in the center. Liam? Alright. That's his boss, I think. Liam is the...
Liam Campbell. Liam fucking Campbell. It had taken a moment until it clicked because I never called him that. To me and the rest of my division, he was just the chief. That's who the woman had tried to get close to. The Director of National Security at the CDI. My boss. Now what? Should I follow the chain of command and tell Gary? The chief probably wasn't too keen on everybody finding out about his habit. Maybe I should talk to him first. Then again, it might be too important for the case to be kept secret.
Ah, haha. Talk to Gary. Oops. It's the chief.
As I was making my way back down through the maze of Matuna's living quarters, I tried to untangle the threads of the conspiracy before me. Every detail I uncovered seemed to open up a number of new questions. What exactly was the connection between the stolen data and Banny's murder? It felt like there was a bigger plan underneath, like we were just scratching the surface.
Time for a smoke. Good cop. I got an achievement for being a good cop. Oop, what the fuck? Why did it... So I gotta go to the red herring. Berta. Just... Open first aid kit, some untangled bandages. Pocket laser. A sink full of bristly red hair. Looks like our guy shaved his entire beard off. Ooh. Wait, can I go this way? Oop. Buy some more smokes. The red herring. I'll pay for it. Calling up the old man and letting him know. Who is this? It fell right off his head. It must have been a hat after all. Could have been a wig, yeah. Or a wig, whatever it was. He was bald underneath. So there we go. Got the old man his boat parking spot back. Felicia, the bartender. He had a bruise on his arm. So he had a cut on his arm. Nope, there we go. Go to the thing, man. The welting gap is creasing. Central Department of Investigations. What's up, Saito? Milex and Dyson Enterprises. It's a Dyson. Not prepared. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Good morning, Mr. Conrad. I'm at Dyson Enterprises. Good morning, Dan Kim Milex. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Let's get right to the point. I have a busy day ahead of me. Of course, the two of you had dinner with Mr. Banny last night, correct? Yes. We were told it's terrible. It's a tragedy. Our upcoming negotiations with Banny were of utmost importance to our relationship with Draconia. With Banny dead, real hope for Droin. Independence goes out the window. The mining business is an important pillar of the system-wide economy. We mostly save those for the trade summit. Anyone who stands to gain from maintaining the status quo. I see. Chief. Nice flat top. Good morning, Chief. Saito told me you wanted to talk to me. I do. It's not beat around the bush. Agent Long informed me about your suspicion that a hostile power receipt tried to get close to me. Seems like the woman who paid you a visit wasn't the real escort. She had a procedure done that looked very similar to her. Talk about some data she stole. They don't seem to like each other too much. The most brazenly cloud. Yo, King, I missed your message somehow. Do I not have that thing on? I don't have it on, so I missed it. Sorry, man. Now that we're complete, let's recap what we found so far. Our suspect goes by Diaz, but his real name seems to be Boyd. Ah, okay, cool. Haven't streamed in a while, so I'm... Got this game I got for $3 or something like that. It's pretty good. Even though I'm yawning, it's still good. His real name seems to be Boyd. He's so large. He shot Benny at 1:39 this morning from the top floor of the Sakura Hotel. Shortly after, he was picked up by an unknown accomplice who dropped him off at the lower layers. Now that's when he switched to a stolen boat as his second getaway vehicle. He docked it at Lacuna Harbor, where his ID was picked up, and then paid a woman named Zora a visit. Earlier this week, she attacked and tied up an escort girl named Leela Clark to temporarily assume her identity. She went to see an important client in her steed, stole data from him. The sniper convinced her to give him the stick containing that data. Nice crescendo thing with the ride symbol there. He will pass it to an unknown third party. Did Joris Plaza at 8:30. Our plan is to intervene and catch the sniper and his associates red-handed. We are going to place plainclothes agents in the cafes and snipers on the rooftops. Conrad and I will be watching from the sidelines, ready to go off Nini. Joris Plaza is a popular place with lots of breakfast joints. We have to be very careful not to endanger any civilians. Questions? Submit that sheet on what the sniper looks like. The perp's hair, he's bald guy. Because that one guy told me his wig fell off. He's got a cut on his arm, and he shaved his beard in that one sink. We're going with that. Let's get ready. Dun dun dun. Intense music. You saved Mayor Glover's life when you were cell policeman. Ah, shit, I missed what that said because I was reading up here. Possible target from entrance C, now at the fountain. Still alone. Possible target walked up to a woman and a child. They're now talking. By an obese man. It's not nice. He's just big boned. I've always wanted to join CDI. Blah, 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 blah. Copy that. Boss of a black shirt sitting north of the fountain. You're the one that was blabbing on, asshole. Seems to be a date. Keep your eyes open. He's headed towards the fountain. I'm not close enough yet, picking up the pace. He seems to be moving towards the man sitting right ahead. They're shaking hands, very likely to be the accomplice. Move in and make the arrest. Be discreet. Uh-oh. I think they noticed you. The big guy's getting up. You spooked them. Get a move on. There's a gun. Oh. No shit. We got them. And the big guy jumped out of his chair. He started to make a run for it, and the other one pulled a gun on me. Luckily, I was already close enough to grab it. I think nobody got hurt. Excellent work. Nice wide shot there. Oh, Russell, shut up.
Once the adrenaline had worn off, the uncomfortable train seat and glaring sunlight were the only things stopping me from falling asleep. My implants had been injecting me with a substance keeping me alert and focused all night, and now I came crashing down hard. The confrontation at Joris Plaza had been hairier than expected, but catching the sniper and his associate was a huge win. I wondered if this was the beginning of the end of the case, or just its beginning. I finally got up at my stop and left
Russell, stop!
only to suddenly wake up in my seat again and realize it had been a dream.
It had been a
I decided
dream.
to stand next to the door for the rest of the ride.
Bob! Those fucking dogs. They're howling in the other room.
A cool breeze cut into the train cart and through the haze.
Stop!
The door
Hey!
opened.
Stop!
I considered visiting Kat, suddenly feeling an urge to inhale the
God
moody,
damn it.
slightly dusty air in our old apartment. Kat had filled it with what she affectionately called real things. She
Russell, stop!
paper,
Come here. Hey,
plants, and hated the clean
Come here.
metallic surfaces at my apartment.
stop.
Sometimes I did too.
There's nobody out there. Stop. Fucking up my game. Nope, not supposed to go that way. Oh yeah. I'm supposed to go back to that apartment. I think right here, yeah. It's my ex-wife. Hi, Neil. What are you doing here? I just wanted to say hello to you. Really? Who are you? It's nice to see you too. Neil Conrad, CDI. No thanks. I actually gotta go to bed. You don't say. I mean, you're emotionally okay? Was I ever? Zing. Okay, I get it. You don't want to talk about it. No, it's fine. Sorry. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. What was that whole thing about? Nobody seems to know yet. I can't tell you. Did you hear it on the news soon enough? She's got to go to work. Well, I guess it's morning. I was up all night. Not sure if I should let her. She's only 14, but I feel like I wouldn't risk it. Please. Whatever. Okay. While everybody's eyes were trained on Banny and Robinson at the Trading Summit the first day, a few other blah 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 blah. That's too much reading. I don't want to read that right now. Oop. Hey, wait a minute. Huh? I did. Nice. Sure, sure. Look at that. I helped that chick out and her... I mean, how many cigarettes? Oh, I got plenty of cigarettes. Head up.
I got into the elevator and leaned against a wall. I was so tired in that moment that my reflex of emotional repression whenever I saw Kat didn't seem to work anymore. It hit me with an unusual clarity that even a decade after,
Still in love.
I hadn't ever fully let go of her. I wasn't sure what to make of it, whether to be happy or to finally push myself to it. I concluded that I would probably just go back to repressing it altogether.
Open the door, motherfucker. Oh. Hi, Horace. How's it going? I'm gonna feed him again. He's got like a worm in his mouth or something. There you go, Horace. You salty son of a bitch.
Waking up in the early evening was disorienting. I sat up on my bed and allowed the memories from the previous night to pour back in. Banny's body, the hotel, Lila, the shootout. I tried to put it all in an order that made sense and got on my way back to work. A hint of the good mood that had overcome me outside of the villa returned. Once again, it stemmed from what had made me join the CDI many years ago. The feeling of doing something instead of taking a back seat and waiting for death. There was a time when a lack of purpose threatened to consume me, lurking underneath meaningless daily routines and self-doubt sabotaging everything I did.
I know
Walking
that.
among the people outside, I felt even more alienated than usual. It was like they lived in another reality. Many were just getting out of work, looking to do some shopping, meet a friend, have a drink. Maybe I would find my way back to that reality one day. I wanted to, yet at the same time hated the thought of it.
Gotta go back to work. Oh, yeah. These values have been integral to our society for centuries. Religious radicals calling themselves the savant. A savant faith is based on superstition and rejects science. Endangers the lives of everyone under its thumb. You fucking seeing this guy in a green shirt? Put a stop to all independence talks and reinstate full guardian. Joseph Benny. Ooh. Guaranteed its freedom. Dun dun dun. Phone's ringing. Come to HQ immediately. This is as far as I got the very first time I played this game. So all this, I don't know. I just vaguely remembered the other stuff. What's up, Gary? What are you doing out here? Thinking. Fucking liberators. Ridiculous name from whom they are liberating us. One more thing we missed. At least we booked that sniper and his associate. We scanned them. The sniper's a complete ghost. He got a fake ID right before he checked into the hotel. The other guy's a businessman from Drovia. His name is Abraham Gonzalez. Nothing so far, but we do have another lead. Sato's trying to find out where the announcement was broadcast from earlier. Alright. The chief said that the Attorney General seized it. So the data stick that the hooker stole from the chief of police has to evaluate occurrence of... Kidding me? A crucial piece of evidence. There's no time to waste. We have to assume the next attack is less than 40 hours away. So that guy's company's hurting for money. Go see the chief first. I think this is the chief's floor. Yeah. You can rest assured that we know what we're doing. The Liberators said that their next attack will take place in 48 hours. It's pretty damn soon. We really need to take into account everything we've got if we want to catch those guys in time. I already told you, blah, blah, blah. The stick won't help you find them. I think the AG's hiding something. You yourself were the director of the CDI for over a decade. Ooh. I looked at my sales history and saw which folder that woman navigated to. There was a lot going on in 1800. That's the year, I think. Amelia. I don't have time for this now. Bitch. What's up, boss? Good evening, Chief. Agent Conrad, how can I help you? I agree. Something I don't normally have access to. Respect the chain of command. Alright, fuck. That was lame. Respect my authority is pretty much what he said. Hey, Holloway, I've been told our guests are eagerly awaiting me. Talk to Gonzalez first. We're lucky he's from Drovia, so he doesn't have a lawyer here yet. Communication delay of about 30 seconds, from what I understand. Basic information on Gonzalez. Put it on the pin board over there. Give it a read. And if you have any more evidence that incriminates our guy, go over it before you go in. Thanks, I will. Abraham Richard Kenneth Gonzalez. That's a frickin' long ass name. Degree in engineering at New Jordan Elite University. Training to Foundation of Power Up DE grant for young founders. Oh. Beyond body. Oh, I have eye enhancement, eye, thighs, and chest enhancements. Install these firmware. Yes. Let me in. could keep you here for 24 hours even if we don't have evidence. He's not my associate. I didn't even know he was called Boyd. Listen, Mr. Gonzalez. It was an anonymous number. Got paid to fetch the stick. I was just following instructions. Oh, his face changed. He's all sad now. He's all badass before, I think. I had no idea who I was meeting with, and I still don't know what's on that stick. Oh, that's his lawyer. My name is Jim Miller. I'm Mr. Nice to meet you. Until then, he won't answer any of your who paid you. I'm not supposed to talk to you before my team robbed. Listen, Mr. Gonzalez, I've heard that. I have no idea what just happened. Fuck it. We're just gonna wing it. Intense music. What do you know about the Liberator's plans? Got him talking. Do I just spill fucking information to him? They just paid me. I know. Hey. I found out where the Liberator's video is broadcast from. It's a company called AdSpot. trace the perp's payment to the hotel as well as a mysterious transaction to escort. Maybe we can find out where the sniper's accomplice got her face changed. It's worth a try. I don't know why the dude, my character, doesn't like riding in cars. So I always have to take the train.
During the train ride, every screen in the city had been playing news reports about the Liberators' announcement. They were the first violent domestic terror group with a political motive in recent Garian history. But there was something else that struck me about them. This wasn't the usual MO of a conservative group trying to maintain the status quo. It felt much more like revolutionaries hoping to effect change by resorting to drastic measures.
I don't know if I'm supposed to go down or not. Oh, yeah, I guess I am. Oh, yeah. There's a lot more glass laying on the outside than the inside. I'm not panicking. You are being careless. I'll call you back later. Oh, he's talking on his phone. The broadcast began. Oh, around 18. Having a coffee in here. For the noise, when I arrived at the server room, I saw the broken window and the video playing on the screen. Shit. Bah. When I arrived in the server room, I saw the broken window. I stopped the broadcast as quickly as I could. It all just took a few seconds. Hold on. They managed to climb in, log onto the computer, and start that video within a few seconds. It was empty. I went to look outside, but they were already gone. There's a presence sensor at the entrance of the AdSpot server room. Every time someone uses the door, no matter if they're going in or out. Dating elite? So somebody went in 4 minutes before it started. Oh, and that had to be the guy going in and then running back out. This must be the computer that broadcasted from. Good one, Sherlock. Please tell my boss it wasn't my fault. Brown is the guy. I don't think it was him. Every time they pass through the door, this model doesn't distinguish between people entering or leaving the building. So it's at 18. So somebody entered it 5 minutes before. James Moore. It wasn't Brown. It's either Cox or Moore. They walked into the front door, played the video, smashed the window, climbed through it, and ran away. Cox Security. That was a good guess because I didn't. Cox was at a business meal, so it couldn't have been him. Yeah, we played last weekend at a local festival thing called Project Mayhem. It turned out really good. Somebody posted a video on Facebook that I think I shared it. But now we have off this week and weekend. Then we play at Farmageddon, some cornfield in southern Wisconsin. All right, roger that. All right, I gotta go out. We don't have any gigs in September, so I'm looking forward to that. Mercurius Network. Ooh. Good job, Saito. Lists of all companies in the solar system that match the criteria. Man. Saito's just got all the information. The name of the company behind the Liberators is... I don't have any answers yet. List of companies. Dyson. Milex. Norton Robotics was the girl staying underneath that guy. Detail structure, mission, Ghana. Okay, so. So that Boyd guy wanted one last job and then they were going to quit. Gonzalez was just paid to do the pickup. These damn dogs. Just a minute. Car troubles. Alright, so I gotta go up. Good evening, sir. No, I do not, bitch. Yvonne Cox, is she here? Neil Conrad, CDI. How many times do you have to say that? Yes, how are you? Neil Conrad, CDI. Sidering up. Well. Jacqueline Hendricks, attorney at law. Mrs. Cox is my client. Step outside for some fresh air. Dean. We met here with Jacqueline at 17:30 and discussed some business. That was us. Ooh, they're getting divorced. It's gonna complicate the business. Thank you for taking the time, lady. Their marriage is apparently a more pragmatic arrangement than I see. Go up a layer or two.
On the way up to Moore's apartment, I walked through aromatic clouds of fried rice, fish, and mystery meat. I'd been down to Paloon Market once before, with Catherine. It almost surprised me to see that none of the platforms had collapsed in the years since. People were still selling the same junk, some of it probably stolen halfway across the planet.
Why don't you come in? Can I see your badge? Of course. James went to Manami Tree Resort. His flight left last night after work. Peace and quiet. Why would you say that? Ooh, he's an ex-con. James got caught and his boss knew. Okay, so he took the fall for... Oh, it was Mr. Cox, all right. He went to a year... Didn't have much of a choice. Do you mind if I have a quick look around? Look around, why not? Two news articles the Moors hung up on the wall, and I downloaded them to my cell. A highly addictive substance to use in lung disease treatment? Single plate in the sink looks like she had her dinner alone. So she's telling the truth, you're saying. Dino. Alright, I have to let the dogs out. I will be right back. Damn dogs. Yeah, but really. God damn it. Stupid damn dogs. And we're back.
Oftentimes in our investigations, the obvious solution would turn out to be the right one. People usually acted in accordance with their interests and their emotions. Whoever we first thought did it, they often turned out to have done it. With Moore and everyone else we had met so far, it always felt that we were at least one step removed from the truth. Nothing about this case was obvious.
What? Thought we were just gonna question him. Well, what the fuck? Very low tech. It's supposed to be a security company. Oh shit! Damn it, I knew that was the right choice. Oh. Oh. Wait. I'm CDI. Gary, say something. I'm okay. Oh, thank fuck. You're wearing your vest. Always when I'm in the field. Ooh. Spicy language. I was not ready for that. Fuck. I guess I just go home. Phone call. No. Yeah, no shit. Ooh, she wants me to come over for a glass of wine. Ooh. Should I go visit her? Of course I'm gonna go visit her. Ooh. Yeah, why not? I haven't been up there in a while. Nice sound effects. Clicked too fast, couldn't read that. I know it's silly, but I sometimes still wonder why it didn't work out with us. Perfect match. I've asked myself the same a million times. And I came up with lots of different answers. We were too young for a kid. I was too focused on my new job. Our place was too small. I wanted to find that one good reason to explain it to myself, to make sense of it all. But honestly, I think we were just bad at it. We couldn't stop fighting about the same small bullshit. Sounds like being married. And we kept hurting each other for no reason until we reached a point of no return. That's it. Silence. Maybe you're right, but that's sad, don't you think? Yeah. Don't worry too much about Laura. I'm sure she's fine. We should be happy for her and she's having a good time at that party. You said yourself that she had some trouble fitting in with the other kids. This leaves her on the roof. Not be held accountable. Oof. Seems like reality. Mind-altering substances stowed away under the... Oh, that's the article that was on the wall. That's good. I made the right choices there, I guess. Now those stairs are finally open.
I met my own tired gaze in the glass. There were so many things on my mind. Laura's disappearance worried me more than I had shown. I thought that maybe we should have let her go to that party. In hindsight, it probably wouldn't have mattered. And then there was Cox. I was curious about his explanation as to why he had opened fire on us. But mostly, I was glad that I hadn't had to shoot him.
I could have shot him, but I chose not to. Visitor. They better not have fucked with Horace. Oh, they're on the deck. Who is it, Horace? The little lighting is good in this stupid pixel game. You can put that gun away. Who are you? You got a nice place up here. They pay you well. Leela? Who? Oh, right, my face. I don't like it, to be honest. I'm Zora. Nice to meet you. Ooh. Why the fuck would I do that? Oh, shit. Oh, sad face. You what? We took your daughter, Laura. You're full of shit. So you pieced that together already, yes. He's got my daughter. Ooh, just took a twist. Just folds that easy. Kind of CDI agent am I? Good and evil. No, she jumps off the fucking thing. I'm on the 8th floor.
As soon as the woman
Or no,
disappeared
I don't know
into
what
the
floor
night,
I'm on.
my facade slipped, and I nearly collapsed on the balcony floor. I took out my cell with shaking hands and tapped on Laura's face in my contacts. Maybe. She didn't pick up. I resisted the urge to call Catherine next. I couldn't just tell her about what had happened. She knocked on my door in the early morning, but I didn't open. I tried to decide on a course of action, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind alternated between trying to remember my last conversation with Laura and conjuring up horrible images of her tied to a chair in some basement.
Shit.
Sometime later, my alarm rang. I got up to go to work, not sure if I was ready to talk to Kat. I must have stood outside her apartment for a few minutes when I finally made a decision.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to her. Sad face. She'll be there all day. Shit just got thick. Saving. No arms, no problem. Oops, shit. What the hell am I doing? Miss it. Stairs again, because they look weird. Oh, wait, we got news. Oops. I forgot what button at E. It's just a replay of their message. Come on, Saito, what do you got for me? James Moore and his wife. You look not great. All of my actions. I have always been proud of our work and our commitment to the Garian. I don't know how you say that. Garian democracy? No shit, the chief's resigning. God damn. Oh wait. This is on this. Oh no. Come on, Conrad, we both know that doesn't matter. Heads need to roll for this. I heard your conversation yesterday. Why are you telling me this? I see. Talk to Gary. Where's Gary? Guess I should look at that pin board that guy was talking about. Whoops. There. Listen up, squad. Time for a little wrap up. So is this Act 2 I'm wrapping up here then? Last time I did this, I think it was the end of Act 1. Focus on the Liberators and their plans now. Let's go over everything we've got so far. Boyd went to see a woman called Zora, which seems to have been a deviation from the original plan. He convinced her to hand him a stick with confidential stolen data. We were able to extract a deleted message from Gonzalez's cell, which provides that someone paid him to fetch the stick and send the data to an unknown address. This leads us to believe that the data cannot be sent anonymously via the web, which applies only the best kept secret of the Bulgarian government. We don't know who paid them either, but the message to Gonzalez was sent via an encrypted channel on the Mercurius network. Cox Security. James Moore is the guy that's still missing. His wife said he's on holiday. Come back when you've got something. There's a pregnancy test, and then he got paid $10,000. James Moore. Evelyn Moore. So to the basement. My wife's texting me. Good afternoon, Mr. Cox. What a dick. It's not his drug addiction because he has that implant that makes drugs not work on him. It's got to be his sick wife. Taking a stab in the dark there, but hopefully that was the right choice. Where was this lady's place?
Once again enveloped by the smell of the market, I thought back to the man I had been when Kat had brought me here. How did it all go so wrong? Deep down, I knew the answer. I was just too scared to commit to my family. It was so much easier to care about something that didn't have to like you back. That wouldn't go away if you didn't want it to. For me, that was my job. But ironically, protecting myself like that only made it hurt so much worse. Now that Laura was out of my reach, the pain of being separated was only amplified by the knowledge that I had missed so many opportunities to be with her.
Few more questions. Mm. Damn. Sick bitch is pregnant.
The Corian Hotel. I didn't even need to look that up. It was directly next to the Grand Church at Corian Square, one of the most important houses of prayer for Savians here on Gara. It probably would be crowded with believers and tourists tomorrow morning. No doubt it was the Liberator's next target. The rush of making progress in the case only lasted a few moments, until I realized that now I had to make a tough decision. If I told Zora about the target, I couldn't tell the CDI, and vice versa.
Gotta save my daughter, right? Fuck you. This was your doing much more than mine. It's true. Damn. Stabbing his own buddy in the back.
I felt like shit for letting Zora and her accomplices intercept the attack. There were so many ways this could go wrong. I didn't want them to take more, or worse yet, somehow miss him and let the attack happen. Don't get me wrong, I didn't regret telling Zora what I knew to protect Laura, but endangering the lives of innocent people wasn't an acceptable trade-off. I couldn't tell the CDI, or even call in an anonymous tip with the police, because the chance was too high that Zora would suspect me. There was no other way. If I wanted to make sure things didn't go south, I had to go to the church myself. I left in the middle of the night, hoping it wasn't already too late.
Guess we're going up. It's like Ghostbusters on NES. It just scares me every time he pulls it out. They just knocked my ass out.
When I came to, my head and my shoulder hurt, and I was cold. I remember feeling relief when I realized I was still in the church and not tied up in the back of a van. Everybody else was gone without a trace, except for the bomb. I approached it carefully, but quickly realized it was disabled, or had never been fully assembled in the first place. I knelt down to examine the explosives, looking for clues pointing me to their origin. If Young had been there, she could have run a full analysis. Lucky for me, the explosives were clearly identifiable from their shape and labeling alone. These were Cineon sticks, used in chamber blasting. Nobody had access to those outside of the mining industry. I stepped back, satisfied for a moment. Then the rest of reality came crashing down on me. What would Zora's boss do when he heard that I was here?
Yeah, that
What were they
fucking...
planning on doing with more?
That poor guard.
Fuck. What about the guard? I hadn't seen much through the window in the attic, but it had looked like one of Zora's guys had fired at him. My heart started racing while I quietly went back down the stairs.
That's not good. Now I'm like an accessory to murder or something, alright? Oh, they're gonna fall back in love. Oh yeah. Shit.
Asking yourself how I remained functional throughout all of this. How I didn't just collapse under the pressure and the looming prospect of losing my daughter forever. I think the truth is that over the years, I had gotten really good at tuning out the voice that always tormented me, that had always told me horrible shit. This was just adding to it. More to repress, more bubbling beneath the surface. Maybe if it had gone on for long enough, I would have imploded sooner or later.
I knew she was gonna be there again. Settle down, bud. Hmm. God damn. This guy hasn't showered in days. I got an achievement for feeding the fucking thing.
I stared at the ceiling for a while. I resisted the urge to look for news about a dead guard. Somebody had certainly found him by now. It was my fault for letting Zora's people go to the church. His death was on me. Fuck. I needed to do something about that. But later. Today would be a deciding day. Zora's words rang in my head. 7 o'clock tonight. I had to do what they asked of me, but I wasn't sure where the data they wanted was stored. I was running out of time. I sat up and made a decision. The sheet on the Liberators. I needed to complete it now. I had a feeling that all the puzzle pieces were there. If I found out who was in charge of the Liberators, I might finally understand what the data was all about and where to look for it. Or maybe I could force them to pay Zora's boss so he'd let Laura go.
I'm just taking a shot.
Abbott Dyson. All the signs pointed towards him and his company.
Hey.
I didn't feel like I had the full picture just yet, but some aspects finally made sense to me. None of the people we had encountered seemed to support what the Liberators claimed to stand for. This wasn't a Garian terror group at all. It was Drovians, Savians, hired guns, and business people, all working for one man's false flag operation. What was he trying to accomplish? Stir up enough trouble to force the solar system into a war? I had talked to Dyson the morning after Bainey's death. He was still in Gara, hiding in plain sight, and I still had his number. I considered my options. We needed to arrest him, but maybe we could have a chat first. Just the two of us. Once the CDI had him, he wouldn't be able to talk freely. I took out my cell and tapped his face in my contacts.
So quiet. Hey.
My heart was pounding. Would Dyson really come, or did I spook him? Did he suspect I was onto him? It would be a while until I found out, so I sat down and took a deep breath. At least I had a little time to think about what to say to him if he showed up.
Ding him. Hmm.
I was supposed to write a report on my findings in the Liberator's case, but I wasn't able to concentrate for even a second. First, I needed to wait for my colleagues to go home to be alone with Saito. He always worked late. But then what? What if he refused to help me? The idea of having to force him was devastating. He was my friend, after all. When I finally managed not to think about it anymore, a much more dire thought crept up on me. Laura might die tonight. And if she did, it would be my fault.
Inner earage. Yep, submit to sheet emails. Dun dun dun. Damn dog.
inserted the stick into my cell and opened up the folder. My heart was pounding. For a moment, it looked like the data wouldn't load, but then the files started appearing on the screen. Dozens, maybe hundreds of documents, messages, pictures, and videos. They were decades old, most of them dated 1799 or 1800. Their confidentiality level was one I'd never seen before. This was the type of data the Garian network would instantly pick up and trace, both to its receiver and back to its sender. It made sense to physically hand-deliver it if one wished to remain anonymous. I didn't know where to begin, so I opened up the very first file in the list, the oldest one, with shaking hands. It was a document sent from someone at the Department of Commerce to the director of the CDI at the time, Amelia Thorne, now Attorney General in charge of the Justice Department. My eyes widened as I skimmed over the paragraphs. When I was done reading the letter, I checked the time. 20 more minutes. I sat down and opened up the second one, then the third. As the conversation went on, a plan was hatched between a handful of politicians, special interest groups from the private sector, and high-ranking members of the CDI. I didn't recognize most of the names. Some might have been pseudonyms. I stopped looking at the files halfway through and let my head sink onto the backrest. Even though they had used very careful language at first, the goal and purpose of the operation were abundantly clear. The failure of Sector 2 hadn't been an accident. Garians had plotted and engineered it to gain sole access to Drovia's resources, and given its strategic importance at the time, ultimately retained supremacy over the solar system. My head was spinning while I tried to figure out what all of it meant for the present, and for me. I had long doubted the integrity of the CDI. Was it still rotten to the core, or had things changed? I didn't know about any ongoing operations that were breaching interplanetary law, but then most agents at the time of the Sector 2 incident hadn't known either, and some of the things I did know about, I didn't want to think about them too much. Now what? On the one hand, the public had a right to know. The culprits had to be found and brought to justice. Reparations had to be paid to the affected families and businesses. On the other hand, if the truth came out, the liberators would win. Savient extremists might be emboldened enough to take control of the colony and declare independence. If that happened, Gara would send its ships, and New Joran might send theirs to back up their Savient brethren, and to finally gain access to the planet's Telenium, of course, if their side won. Hundreds might die, thousands even. Time was running out. I tapped the contact of a journalist I had met a while back. I still hadn't made a decision when I heard the dial tone. The data would probably go through if I decided to send it, but there was no way in hell it wouldn't be traced back to me. My heart was pounding so loudly in my ears that I almost didn't hear the voice on the other end.
Maybe I shouldn't have leaked that. Shouldn't have leaked it. Oh man, what's gonna happen?
And that's it. The most tumultuous days of my life, and possibly in Garian history. Abbott Dyson has been charged with interplanetary terrorism, first-degree murder, and more that would put a normal person away for multiple lifetimes. Unfortunately, he is one of the world's most influential billionaires, and as it stands now, he isn't going to prison for more than a few years. It is rumored that he's putting someone else in charge of his company for the time being, and will be allowed back at his post after serving his sentence. With their mastermind unmasked, at least it's safe to say that the Liberators won't ever make another appearance. Even though Dyson and Cox each lost a lot in the Sector 2 incident, I don't believe their actions were really driven by a righteous thirst for revenge. Almost all the people who have suffered and might still suffer from their actions had nothing to do with Gara's past crimes. Ultimately, Dyson had tried to start an interplanetary war in hopes of increasing his profit margins, and he might still succeed in it. The data I leaked sent a shockwave through the solar system. The source of the leak was quickly discovered, and the CDI not only fired me on the spot, but also tried to scrub me from their records and made all sorts of claims to discredit me. The Garian state scrambled to spin the narrative on the Sector 2 incident, but the data was authentic and unambiguous. 40 years ago, the Savient colony on Drovia had been sabotaged in a secret operation initiated by a handful of Gyara's top politicians, economic elites, and the CDI under the leadership of Amelia Thorne, now Attorney General and leader of the Garian Department of Justice. It became clear to me why she had tried to hide the data, fired the chief when he got too close, and ordered the arrest of Cox when she realized who he was. She is currently awaiting trial, along with a number of mostly retired politicians who were implicated in the conspiracy. Lara is free again and seems to be doing okay, but I wonder every day about the scars this experience has left behind. Even though I know I'm not directly to blame, I will never forgive myself for inadvertently dragging her into all this. As for me, I am free again, as free as I was before, but my life is forever changed. Catherine and I are dating again, however crazy that sounds. Things are so different now. The world is so different that maybe something good can come of it again. And finally, Zora. Easily the strangest person I've met in my life. Despite the terrible things she did, I'm grateful for her help when it really counted. I don't know if there is a path of redemption for her, but vouching for me might have been her first step towards it.
God damn.
Late in the evening, the lights are still there, ever unchanging. They shine unaware. The sea is above me.
This is a pretty good game.
The sea is in
Very reminiscent of Max Payne, where it's like a dark tale with lots of choices.
will once again meet. So we stand here, in the end we're out of love. Want to try again, but the stars don't give a fuck. Will it have mattered? Is there a cause? Will it return, or will it be lost? So we stand here, in the end we're out of love. Want to try again, but the stars don't give a fuck. As we stand here, in the end we lose.
I figured a lot of the names in the like news articles and stuff are probably people that made the game.
We must look so small.
Well, that's it. Well, goddamn. That was a complete playthrough of Lacuna. Pretty good game. I liked it.